Good morning, my meal. I can't fucking talk. Good morning, my MGTOW brothers. I'm still drinking my coffee. Oh, it'll be a few more minutes before we go. And I need to go get a roller dog before I have a Chihuahua rebellion. He's being a dick this morning. So, get out of the truck. Go get me my food. I want food now. Come on, Brandon. But no, no. What's up, AKS? Hello, Kevin. What, Sam? You didn't get your way. Now you're gonna whine like a little bitch. Fuck. Anyways, RO in here now? Oh, hey, RO. Mister, I don't call in anymore because I'm fucking off my meds. Hello, Forge. How you guys doing? Ah, 70-hour weeks. Good money. Maybe you'll call in today, RO. Forge, I watched that new video of yours with the where you're turning the your glue up. That's beautiful work. Beautiful fucking work. I one day hope to have a shopsmith as well. Although I've never seen one that had the digital display before and digital controls. My grandpa had a shopsmith and it was old school. I think he got it when he retired back in the 1960s. The Mark 7. Wow. Sam, you can come up, but don't be demanding. I'm relaxing, drinking my coffee. We'll go out for one more piss break before we get going. That's right. Then I'll go grab your roller dog. Don't, don't push on my hand that's holding that coffee cup. I've got about Three more swallows. It's Sunday morning. I'm going to enjoy my damn coffee, dog. There's a pretty truck. Shiny. Lots of lights. Coffee is drunk, Sam. Well, gentlemen, I'll be back in just a bit. We have a dog who's going insane. He's like, pay attention to the dog. The dog is the most important thing in the world. Don't worry about drinking your coffee, Brandon. Coffee's nothing. The dog is 100% everything. I'll be back. All right. I'm back. Talk to us, spit on that thing. Hello, Heaven. Hemmy. Hello, Kevin. Let's go for a drive. Tug test. Back up. Forward. And away we go. What flavor, RO? A cheesy bratwurst. Sam seems to prefer his roller dogs with cheese. His favorite. It's kind of the exit, asshole. You know, sign down here says enter. That one that you just pulled in and almost got crushed, that says exit. But hey, you know, why expect people to fucking read? Fuck. Computer's fucked up. Let me see if I can fix this son of a bitch. Okay. And away we go. Howdy, Rafter. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, 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 woof.
Wolf Wolf, how's my audio?
Woof, woof.
Can you hear me?
Woof. Barely.
Nice. I've been having microphone issues.
Yeah. Let me turn my volume up. Try it now.
How about now? Anything?
Say, you're kind of cutting out now, too.
How about now?
You're not cutting out. I can hear you, but it sounds like you're a long way away.
Yeah, I think I need to replace my earbuds, and
Yeah,
I think they're done.
probably.
That's another reason I haven't been calling in. I can't get my mic issues straightened out. Let me try something here. It only recognizes the microphone from my webcam and not my earbuds. That's gay.
Gay!
Where you at?
Just leaving um, Siloam Springs, Oklahoma, because I was on the Oklahoma side, and heading towards Sand Springs, Oklahoma, where we will deposit a load of Wally World stuff and then head back to Bentonville, Arkansas, and pick up another load.
How long you gonna be doing this Walmart thing?
Uh, Probably Monday will be my last day of that. Then I'm gonna hopefully do some other driving on Tuesday and Wednesday. Then I'm gonna be off Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Well, they look up my bum.
Mmm. Good
Taking
times.
one day off to poop a lot.
Yep.
One day off to have a garden hose shoved up my bum,
Yep.
and one day off because I don't know how I'm going to feel the next day.
I've only had that procedure once, but for 2 weeks after, I was very, very sore down there. I
Ah,
felt violated.
well, we will see how the after action report goes. I've taken some big shits in my life, so I'm not too terribly fucking afraid of it.
Well, this isn't your first one, is it?
Yes, it is.
Oh, it is? Okay. Well, the only saving grace I can say about it is you have no recollection of any of it going on,
Good.
but you feel the after effects.
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
Got a traffic stop ahead?
It appears there's a wreck or something, because there's cops and an ambulance, and they're
Okay.
like looking over the side of a bridge. And there's a truck and a motorcycle, and a guy with there. Something's wrong with his leg. It looks like the truck and the motorcycle got into it.
Hmm. Truck wins.
Yeah. He was alive though, because he was sitting up and they were working on his leg.
Yeah, Kevin, I did the Cologuard too to get out of a colonoscopy a few years back, but a few years later the doctor said, "Nah,
Well, I've done the Cologuard as well, and when the VA heard that both of my grandparents on my father's side died of fucking colon cancer, he was like, "Yeah, nah, you're getting
yeah, pretty much." We're going to put eyeballs on this puppy.
Yeah. The thing that they're fucking really fighting me on that I'm resisting is they want me to start on statins,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't want to.
Yeah. Well, what's your blood cholesterol?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
I mean, medium, low, high. Do you have a general indicator?
Uh, Medium to high. But their thing is I wear compression socks, right?
Yeah.
And the statins apparently help with swelling. Because, I sit on my fucking ass all day in the truck, and apparently I'm accumulating all kinds of toxins in my lower extremities. And they think that that will alleviate that. But I don't want to get on a medicine that you cannot get off. You have to fucking stay on it. Because once you start statins, you cannot quit. Ever.
Well, I'm on a statin.
You are?
Yes, I am.
They want to start me on Crestor.
I've heard of Crestor. I haven't read up on what's unique about it. I'm on rosuvastatin,
Mm.
and my my blood panel numbers weren't horrible before taking it, but after taking it and going back 6 months later, all my numbers significantly improved. And my general practitioner who prescribed it, he's a good guy. I just trusting in him that you know I hope it's the right decision.
Yeah. I've tried to live my life as fucking chemical free. I know, looking at me, I don't look that fucking healthy, but I don't take any drugs for anything. And it's sort of like admitting that I'm old.
Yeah. Well, I've talked to some fellow old heads who are into health and fitness, and the general consensus is as you age, if you keep your BMI down and your muscle mass up, you can stave off a lot of the stuff that old people go through.
Yeah. Well,
Just
I'm fucked on the BMI.
well, that can change, and
Yeah.
it'll take time, but that's your thing.
Yeah.
I had the getting my BMI down. I had the best luck with the keto diet. I did it for several weeks and dropped a large amount of weight, and some of it has crept back since I went off the keto diet, but nothing extreme. But losing a lot of weight solved a lot of health issues for me. And the thing that worked best for me was keto because you don't have to restrict your portions. You just restrict what kind of nutrients you intake.
Yeah.
So I wasn't always hungry as long as there was some meal prep and stuff involved. But Abe could tell you a lot about it. He's talked a lot about carnivore and keto.
Yeah.
It does work. Once you go into ketosis and your body is using ketones instead of what is sugar? Glycerol, glycol, glycosine.
This guy's got him a race minivan. I'm going 72, and he just passed me like I was standing still.
Kevin Killjoy says he takes the generic form of Crestor.
And on top of everything else, the VA mailed a bunch of nicotine lozenges to my parents' house. And the next time I go up to Kansas City, I'm going to be getting uh, all that shit. We'll be stopping tobacco again. Yippee
Yeah.
fucking A.
Forge says he keto dieted and lost 68 pounds,
Nice.
and all the women he knew hated it.
Well, they would have hated it anyways, no matter what.
That's funny, Forge, because when I did the keto and lost a bunch of weight in a short period of time, I had a female coworker says you're losing too much too fast. This can't be healthy. Which was just her way of saying, I want to lose weight like that too.
Yeah.
Kevin Killjoy reports he quit smoking back in 2010 and he never picked up snuff.
Good job.
Yeah. Good looking out, Kevin.
I've been chewing since 1983.
Well, maybe the lozenges will work out for you.
Yeah, maybe.
Don't know till you try. Did Ape ever pass that stone, or is he holding on to it like a
He is.
family
He's holding it.
heirloom?
He's holding it. They're gonna have to
Ultrasound
scope
it?
his. Yeah, They shove this little probe up your fucking cock all the way into your bladder.
I know I've had that. No anesthesia or nothing, and you're standing up while they do it.
Woo!
He's like, okay, you're gonna feel some pressure. I'm like, ah! And that was just a camera, but he went all the way to the bladder with it.
Luckily, I didn't have as big of a stone as Abe has. And when I had kidney stones, it hurt when it was going from the kidney down to the bladder. And then I pissed the fucker out.
Yeah.
I didn't have to do any of that stuff.
When you actually passed it, did you know that you were
Oh,
passing it?
oh yeah, you know, but it's not. It wasn't like knock you on the ground and make it so you're fucking so uncomfortable you can't lay still or move.
But you're just standing there taking a whiz and like, oh, there it goes.
Yeah, you feel it. You feel it. And it's not pleasant,
Oh, I
right?
would imagine not.
It's not pleasant, but it's not like it doesn't. For me, anyways, that size stone was not too much to handle.
Well,
Uh,
I hope to never deal with that.
yeah.
You know, when my daughter was very, very young, she had an issue with her kidneys and urinary tract. Something was going on between her kidneys and her bladder. The plumbing wasn't right, and it was causing her issues. A lot of bedwetting and stuff. And we finally got it resolved. Embarrassed to say, I don't remember the exact procedure they used, but it was something between her kidneys and bladder. A lot of doctor visits, a lot of follow-ups, but they finally got it figured out. She's been good ever since.
Good.
And with my son, other than his wisdom teeth having to be yanked out, he hadn't had any medical issues at all. I haven't heard from him in a few days. I'm starting to get concerned.
You'll be seeing him all of next month, though, right?
Correct, but I've been sending him text and no response, and I'm wondering if his mom took his phone away as a disciplinary for some issue. Which, if she needs to do, I understand that's fine, but she should say, hey, I took his phone because he did X, Y, and Z, and you're not going to hear from him. But I haven't received a text like that either, so what the fuck's going on? Just trying to talk to my boy, and I get nothing.
Yeah.
Fucking bullshit. Co-parenting was a word created by women. There's no such
Yeah.
thing as co-parenting before women.
No.
I haven't heard from the ex-wife in a couple of weeks, which is unusual.
Congratulations.
And I figured out why I haven't heard from her.
Okay. Why?
Nothing has come up where I owe her money. This is your half for the orthodontist, and this is your half for the blah 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 blah. It kind of cheeses her off that
Well,
whenever she sends me those texts, I go and pay the provider instead of cutting her a check.
good. Never trust them with money.
She says, "You owe me." I'm like, oh, "Okay." Did I go pay the provider? What else you got?
I am so happy I'm done with that shit.
Yeah, I'm a couple years away, but I look forward to being free.
Coming up on the 17th is my freedom anniversary.
How much extra cash have you been able to stack in that year?
Oh, quite a bit.
Yeah, not a number, just.
I've also been eating a lot better.
Maybe she's
I
living
haven't
with
had
mom and
ramen in a
dad.
fucking year. No, I'm serious. I haven't had ramen in a fucking year. Top
That's
ramen
good.
dinner. Yeah, that's just fucking horrible for you, but it's filling and it's cheap.
Yeah. I only keep it in the pantry for the boy when he comes over. He likes to whip up some ramen, hard boil a couple of eggs, slice it into the ramen.
I find that slicing summer sausage into it when it's boiling hot water gives it a much, much nicer flavor.
Yeah,
Not
I
even,
can see.
not even very much, you know.
I can see that. summer sausage requires no refrigeration.
I've got a refrigerator.
You got anything cooking in the crock pot today?
No, I've got to clean it, and I haven't. I was really tired last night. Then I fucking heard about the fucking bombing. The guy I voted for to keep us out of war fucking bombed Iran. That got me kind of upset. Then I realized there's not a fucking thing I can do about it.
Yeah. You think that's going to escalate, or is Iran just going to back off for a few weeks?
Ah, they've been fucking wanting to fight us since 1979.
Do they want to fight us, or do they want to fight Israel?
Yes,
Okay. Do they have the capability to take on both?
no, they don't have the capability to take on either.
So what's their end game?
What do you know about Shia?
Very little. You could fill a football stadium with what I don't know about it.
They're kind of a death cult. They
Okay.
want to bring about the end of the world. Because that
I
will
did
give
not
them
know that.
salvation. Yeah. They are fucking they punish themselves and they punish everybody else. They have this fucking tradition of self-flagellation where they fucking whip themselves.
Mm-hmm. Uh, I think that's a practice in Catholicism too, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, there's some extreme forms of penance that they used to practice during the Middle Ages where they would do that, but
Yeah.
and it's not limited to one religion. It's not. There are other groups that fucking punish themselves as well for this,
But
that, the other thing.
not not so prevalent in 2025.
Right. They'll have fucking parades of these guys walking down the streets whipping their fucking backs bloody.
The Shia,
Yeah,
and that earns them favor with Allah.
that's what they believe. They'll see that they're righteous. They'll suffer for him.
I've read some articles about the current administration and all his issues with the judiciary,
Yep.
and a lot of the judges making rulings against his policies are ones that he appointed.
That's true. Some of them are. But an overwhelming majority are not.
Right.
They're Biden and Obama appointees.
But in some cases, it's where he should have the strongest alliances. He's having to cut ties.
Well, that's one of the reasons that they have cut ties with the American Bar Association, because they were using the ABA grading system for these people. And the ABA is overwhelmingly a liberal, progressive organization. And that's, the fruits of that are showing quite,
Yeah.
quite fucking strongly. What is Forge writing here?
Forge says virtue signaling.
Yeah. That's exactly what parading down the street whipping yourself is. You got it. You nailed it, Forge.
I read one article where a point of contention was appointees having zero trial experience. In their career as lawyers, they never made it to the courtroom on anything because that just wasn't their path, which is fine, you know. But you know, there's the question of whether that qualifies them to uh, receive this judgeship appointment, which involves court proceedings and court experience, and they don't have any.
Well,
And I'm like,
here's my problem with our justice system. It's one of my problems. I actually have many, but it's a part of the government.
yeah,
They are not, they're appointed for the most part. They are not answerable to we the people. They're answerable to the powers, the political parties. We have people sitting in judgment over us who are flunkies of the, entrenched power structure.
mm-hmm.
The only way our system would work is if these judges were nonpartisan. But they're not. If they were moral, if they were impartial, our system would be fine. But people are people. And the founding fathers did not take this into account. And there are, quite a few of my friends who will argue till they're blue in the face that the judges need to have the independence from facing any type of backlash for their decisions. And I think that that's wrong, because we get people who will completely interpret the law to fit their worldview versus what the intent of the law was by the lawmakers. Like this whole birthright citizenship thing. The intent of the 19th Amendment was to give all the freed slaves American citizenship.
Mm-hmm.
That was the intent of the law. It was not to allow people to come to America, have a baby, and then have an American baby.
Anchor babies.
Yeah, you know that's a bastardization of what people were trying to have happen at the time that amendment was passed. And that's completely, a modification of our society without any type of voting to say yay or nay that that's what, we wanted. If a congressman does something that people don't approve of, you vote him out of office the next time he comes up for election. You can't do that with a fucking judge. And then they'll come back and say, well, you can always impeach them. Well, you're asking the very people who appointed them to get rid of them. And that's proved to be an inadequate method of regulating who is sitting on the bench, who is given this immense power, because judges have an immense amount of power in our system of government. You've seen guys who you've never heard of stop the fucking president.
Yeah.
Why the fuck shouldn't somebody with that amount of power be answerable to we the people?
Well, my observation has been you have these elected judges, county court at law, district judges. They preside over cases, they make their rulings, and if people don't like their rulings, then they can appeal. And appeals courts are staffed by a panel of judges.
Mm-hmm.
So when you take a judge's ruling to appeal, it's not going to be decided by a singular judge, but a panel of judges sitting on that appeals court, where they hash out the points of the ruling and everything. Just wondering if that's the way to go. It seems reasonable on the surface.
Well, that's definitely fine, but what I'm talking about is how do those people get to be judges in the first place?
Yeah.
They're political fucking insiders. That's how they do it. They're lawyers who knew everybody at the courthouse, or they're lawyers that knew everybody at the state house, or they're lawyers who knew everybody in the halls of Congress. They're political appointees. The system is rife for corruption because of its very nature.
It even goes back to the Bible in the Old Testament.
How so?
Well, be- before we had King Saul, King David, King Solomon, the tribes of Israel were ruled by judges, and which were elders in the tribes that mediated and presided over disputes within the tribes. And the different tribes of Israel started seeing all their neighbors. Everybody had a king, and they decided, hey, we need a king. And the first king was Saul, if I recall the Old Testament correctly.
Mm.
And before Saul ascended to kinghood, God was pushing the Israelites toward, you got this system of judges, and it works. You don't need a effing king, because kings can be elevated to a deity of sorts. And our Lord God definitely had something to say about that. But like a bunch of spoiled little children, they kept clamoring for it, so God said, okay, if this is what you want, this is what I'll give you. And it was a teaching moment. And eventually the tribes of Israel got their king. King Saul, overthrown by King David, and another series of kings following. And the point God was trying to teach his children was, do you think you're really better off with these kings and all their shenanigans versus when you just had judges that would take care of your disputes? Now, I'm no biblical scholar at all. It's just something I've observed and spent some time thinking about. But when the people clamored for a king, a supreme ruler, the message they got from God was, you don't need that shit.
No, it's the nature of human endeavors. Whenever you have an organization or a fellowship or brotherhood or anything like that, there will be those amongst us who will try and consolidate power.
Mm-hmm. Well, in the Old Testament, there was a book of judgments, and nowhere in that book of Judges did any judge raise an army. That wasn't their role.
Yep. Well, in our system, the way it was originally set up, the only one who could declare war was Congress.
Correct.
And they passed the War Powers Act, which needs to be repealed. Or modified. Maybe allow it something like for only a purely defensive reactions. Say if somebody bombed Pearl Harbor, we'd be able to respond immediately and then do a formal declaration of war, kind of like they did. This whole police actions like Korea, which is still fucking an ongoing war, even though that was never declared a war. Vietnam, Somalia, fucking they got a war declaration. Well, what did they call fucking Iraq? They didn't call it war. What did they call that? Anyways, they fucking weasel worded their way into it. But at least they had a congressional approval.
Yeah. And with Iraq, it was a coalition of a bunch of other countries.
It was
And
still
without a
based on,
declaration,
yeah. Well, the first Iraq war was a just war, where Hussein went, or Iraq went into Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, and we went and helped our allies out, kicked them out of there. The second Iraq war, the fucking 20-year war, or forever war, that was Bush and his fucking crowd. Lied our way into that one. Where are those fucking weapons of mass destruction? Hmm?
well, Bush Jr. even came out and said it. They tried to kill my dad.
Yeah. As far as I know, the only chemical weapons that were found during the inspections were a bunch of fucking uh, shells, artillery shells, left over from the fucking first Gulf War when he fucking was burying his stuff so that we didn't fucking blow all of his chemical weapons up. Because Iraq had chemical weapons. They fucking gassed the Kurds, gassed the fucking swamp Arabs. Saddam Hussein was an absolute fucking bastard. But
And the Saddam regime was Sunni Muslim, right?
yes,
They didn't have a lot of opportunities to seize power, and when they did, they kind of went full bore.
yeah, Well, it's because they were the Ba'ath Party, which translates, you know, in their own little flavor of it to communist, because Saddam Hussein was the Soviet Union's bitch.
Mm-hmm.
And that was okay because the Shah of Iran was our bitch.
And he was Shia.
I don't believe he was too terribly religious. And here's the fact that a lot of people have forgotten that the Ayatollah Khomeini and the whole fucking radical Shia movement gestated France. The Islamic Revolution was not exactly French um, government policy, but they turned a blind eye to it and allowed them to do all kinds of shit in France in the build up to the revolution because France is weird. They have had to been saved from the Germans twice in the last century. But they resent the people that went and fucking liberated them more than they resent the fucking Germans.
Mm.
Charles de Gaulle was a perfect example of that. He absolutely fucking hated the British and had no respect for the United States.
Well, not to derail your point, but didn't the Carter administration have a huge role in?
Well, absolutely they did. But that was only from the point of being weak. They didn't show any, they didn't support the Shah when this stuff was coming up. And Carter was like, well, this is a populist movement. This is what the people of Iran want. So we're not going to do anything. We're going to sit on our hands and
Yeah.
let our puppet get deposed. Which is fine. I personally don't think we should be meddling in the internal affairs of other nations. But in
Yeah.
hindsight, looking at the Cold War as it was, it was a tremendous mistake. You know,
The Shah was no Boy Scout,
no,
but compared to the Ayatollah and everything that came after, you know, if you have to reduce it to a decision of a lesser of two evils, which was the right choice?
well, I would have to say the Shah was a much better choice because there wouldn't have been the Iran-Iraq war,
Mm-hmm.
where huge numbers of Iranians died because they basically had the professional army of Iraq versus the hordes in Iran,
Mm-hmm.
where, and they fought them to a standstill, but the Iranians fought the Iraqis to a standstill with human wave attacks. You wouldn't have had the tanker war where the Iranian Navy was destroyed in fucking 7 hours.
The Fat Electrician did a video on that. Very entertaining. Don't know if you follow his channel or not.
I don't. I never heard of him before.
He recounts different instances in history, uh, major conflicts. Sometimes he tells a story on individuals, Medal of Honor winners, and such. He just narrates stories of different things in history, and he does it in a very entertaining fashion. And he's one of my favorite subscriptions. I recommend you checking out his channel in your downtime.
No, send me a link. Send me send me a link on the text message.
I'll,
'Cause
I'll,
I'll
I'll
never
send it to
remember
you
it
on
by the end
Discord.
of the day. Okay, Discord's fine.
Yeah. But he covers a lot of topics. But that one conflict you just mentioned, what, 7 hours
Yeah.
conflict? I remember him covering that. He gave a lot of details, information. He's just a good storyteller. And he's had a lot of success on YouTube. He's a journeyman electrician that started talking about shit he's interested in on YouTube, and he made his mark.
Mr. Ford Taurus, you suck. There you are, pulling out in front of me and not getting even up to highway speeds, as I can out accelerate you with a fully loaded truck going uphill.
What, you're doing about 65, 68?
Not even. I'm going fucking 52 right now.
Oh, Jesus.
Coming out of a construction zone going up a decent fucking incline.
Yeah.
Not something trucks are really fucking, good at, is accelerating uphill when they're loaded.
Homeforce says he sent you the link.
Oh, thank you.
I'm not sure which link he sent, but I'm sure it's a good one. He sent you the Fat Electrician link. I don't have to do it now.
Oh, excellent.
One thing on his channel, regular skit he does, he answers the keyboard warriors. He puts on a helmet and he puts a keyboard over his shoulder at port arms, and he parrots their arguments. Blah 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 blah, and then he turns around and counters their arguments. That's just good comedy.
Yeah.
Well, I can testify from the past couple of weeks on the road. Texas summer is here.
Sam, you can hang out in the rest of the truck. You don't need to be pushing on me. While I'm driving. He's been super underfoot and needy today, and I am getting kind of tired of it.
Uh,
But the rules are and have always been, don't fuck with Brandon while he's driving.
well, Sam's a Democrat, and shit is kicking off in Iran. He's kind of worried about shit right now.
I guess.
My old dog is having some issues here lately this week.
Yeah.
And he's vomiting, diarrhea, seizures, not wanting to eat.
Oh,
I'm kind of worried about what's going on with him right now.
well, I feel like a feminist because I'm strong and independent and don't need no Sam. Well, I hope your dog gets to feeling better soon.
Yeah, I do too, but I recognize that he's very elderly and stuff is starting to shut down. You know, you medicate and treat where you can, and you deal with the rest. But he's been a good dog for a lot of years.
Yeah.
He's just trying to hang in there. It's his performance.
I need to get a haircut.
Yeah, you long-haired hippie.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh. Hmm. Are you headed to a store or a distribution center?
Super Center.
A super center?
Yep.
They normally only have like three or
Or
four
Superstore,
docking
whatever.
bays.
Walmart Super Center. That's what you call it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Usually they have four. Sometimes they have the groceries and the general merchandise split up on different sides of the building. Other times they don't.
Right. Are they pretty good about getting you unloaded when you back up, or they make you wait?
Oh, it's different. Walmart is pretty much. There's some stores where you got to get unloaded, but most of the time it's drop and hook.
Ah, okay. You know what you're headed to today?
Yeah, drop and hook.
Mm-hmm.
The only time they make you wait is like if you have a split load where you're going to two smaller stores. Other than that, it's always you drop the empty and pick. I mean, drop the cargo and pick up a empty.
Hey, Spearman.
Here we are in beautiful downtown Tulsa.
Whereabouts in Oklahoma did our good friend SCE live?
Uh, Close to Oklahoma City, in a town called Moore.
Mm-hmm. I'm very jealous and upset. You got to share a few meals with him, and I never got to meet the gentleman.
Well, we should always try and get with each other. That's kind of the whole
Absolutely.
point of
Yeah, just my business never led me to traveling that direction, but yours did, and that worked out for you.
yeah. It was nice. You got to have a meal with Zombro and SCE, Chaos.
Chaos. Forge is asking, was it more the town that got flattened by that tornado?
It was.
Mm.
Also, the hometown of Toby Keith.
We'll put a boot in your ass.
Yep, that's the one. And the only reason I know that is because they put it on the fucking water tower. And I believe it's also where Sergeant Grinch's relatives live. And that's not on the water tower.
Nah. Grinch, his PR can't keep up with Toby Keith. Is that one of those Jeep trucks, the Comanche or whatever?
Oh, God. Yeah, they're horrible. Oklahoma does something that I find rather confusing. They have an exit. It's an exit lane, and then they write it as exit only. It's like, no shit. You know, I guess they're dealing with Okies, so
Bitch, I said exit.
yeah.
Don't get no ideas about staying in the interstate. You talked to
Yep.
Riggs lately?
Say that again.
Have you talked to Riggs lately?
Not for about 4 or 5 days.
He's getting a lot closer to making his move to the Big Island. I'm
He sure
excited
is.
for him.
Yeah.
I was talking to him to yesterday on Outlaw Stream, and he had a some kind of collision incidents with another vehicle, and his attitude was, "Man, I'm about to get the fuck out of here. I don't care. My shit is fine. Are you okay? Can we like keep the lawyers, insurance, and all that shit out of this?" So he was dealing with that.
Yay, we're to Sand Springs.
When exactly are you scheduled for your colonoscopy? What day of the week is that?
27th. Next Friday.
And how many days are you giving yourself to recover before you start driving again?
One, and didn't we already talk about this?
Well, I'm half senile. I don't remember shit. So the 27th, Saturday's the 28th. Back to driving Sunday or Monday?
I'm going to tell him Sunday, but I'm hoping for Monday.
Okay.
I'm getting a hotel room. I can't turn right onto that. They've got a fucking hole in the road. No, I'm not going to do it.
Whatever nurse is in charge of your anesthesia, I suggest you fuck with him or her.
Fuck it, I'm taking out their cones.
This is where you're going to drop.
Yeah.
Just drop at the front door. They'll take care of it. There's the shopping cart wranglers.
They have it set up to absolutely fuck with their delivery trucks. I can't make that turn. Walmart does a lot of really aggressive anti-truck architecture in their parking lots.
Bring us our shit, but fuck you.
Well, this is where I'm supposed to come in, right? a
Yeah.
truck entrance, it's fine and all that. But I couldn't make that fucking turn because of the construction that's going on. All right.
What's this truck doing?
He's sitting there. All right. Here's where I'm supposed to come. GM, which means general merchandise. Doesn't mean good mother.
So are you going to back up to a dock, or are you just going?
Oh, for God's sakes. Yes, of course I'm going to back up to the dock. Hang on a second.
Well, I don't know. Shit.
I can't pull in forwards, can I?
Well, for all I know, they got a yard dog, and you can just dump it in the parking lot.
No,
They'll
they
get
ain't
to
got.
it later.
They don't have yard dogs at the stores.
Well,
I'll
I
be
don't
right
know
back.
that. All right.
You need to go potty. All right, I am backed up to my dock, and I'm going to unhook from this, go in and talk to the wonderful people in the warehouse and say, which one of these other two trailers is empty? I'll be back.
All right, then.
smelling, Sam. Damn it. Get yourself elsewhere. Stay. You're a good dog, but you just are fucking in the way sometimes. That's as much of a pre-ship as I'm giving that fucker. Let's go for a drive. Bless you.
Sorry.
No worries. And we're on our way back to
And we're on our way
Bentonville.
back to Bentonville.
And I'm hearing an
And
echo of
I'm
myself.
hearing an echo of myself.
You must have me on
You must
speaker.
have me on speaker.
La la la. There we go. Tulsa sucks. Mm. Can our signage be any less clear? Hey, Seraphin. Rafter. And we're out of Tulsa. Well, hello there.
Good morning, sir.
How you doing, Grinch?
Alrighty, how are you? I don't know if anybody's asked you your thoughts on yesterday's decision by the president.
Trump fucked up. Trump showed that he is a bitch of Israel. They own the banking industry. Fucking gave him a message earlier this week when they didn't lower the prime rate, and he fucking pulled the line. They told him they will crash the economy if he doesn't do what they fucking want him to. So he has broken a campaign promise as far as I'm concerned.
Did he really?
Yes, he did. Did we get attacked?
Historically, yes.
No.
Lately, no. Who was killing all the Americans in Iraq? Who attacked the American soldiers in Syria? Who attacked the American soldiers in Jordan?
We fucking responded to all of those.
Yeah. But didn't
Okay.
Trump say from day one he wasn't
Is
going to give them a nuke? I don't know if he's right or wrong. Only history's going to tell.
we've been hearing the same bullshit for 30 years coming out of Israel. Iran's, months away from having the bomb. I don't fucking believe it. I don't fucking believe it. Tulsi Gabbard got the same reports that Trump did, and she said there was no fucking worried about the bomb. Trump has a different story, you know? In my opinion, he broke a campaign promise. You ask my opinion, that's my opinion. You can
No,
you're
I'm
more
not.
than well, you know. I know a lot of people don't agree with me on that.
No, I
That's
do agree with you on that. I'm just saying. But he also said he'd never allow them to get the bomb.
yeah. My thing is I don't believe that they were even fucking that they were close to getting the bomb.
I don't know. I
You know,
honestly don't know.
everybody agrees that they had 60% enrichment. You can't make a bomb with 60% enrichment.
No. But you can't make a bomb with no facilities either.
Yeah, that's true. As far as the attack goes and everything like that, I guess it did okay. Do I feel bad that he blew up a bunch of people that have been screaming death to Americans since 1979? No, I don't. Do I support fucking foreign adventurism? Absolutely fucking not. I certainly don't support jumping into a war.
Well, it's pretty much over now.
Is it? I don't
Well,
think it is. Until there's no more Ayatollahs in power, it ain't going to be over.
well, we'll find out how long this is going to last. I just don't know if it's right or wrong, and I'm not going to until the dust settles and we see the BDAs. I have no idea if it worked or not. You can claim good hits, but until you see the battle damage assessments, you don't know.
Yeah.
I'm sure they know. They probably had satellites on top of it, to cover it, to make sure that they did hit it. But
Put a big fucking hole in the ground.
yeah, we have a habit of doing that. Yeah. I knew he was going to do that.
I kind of had a feeling he was doing it. But he also told us when he was getting elected that he wasn't going to do it. That he wasn't going to get us into another war. And he was trying to negotiate. Israel sabotaged the fucking negotiations.
Well, you think about it, a lot of the people that he wanted to negotiate with had tuned him out and saw him as a paper tiger. Do you think they woke up this morning going, oh yeah, he's still a paper tiger?
No. But
because this was more than just Iran that he was trying to deal with.
a lot of it came from our own fucking countrymen who were calling him a taco.
Yeah. Ugh. Yesterday, I felt like crap. It was the first time I had a headache from the anesthesia.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the procedures I've ever done, it was the first time where I did not, wake up the next day going, man, I feel good. I was just sluggish and just kept drinking water all day. I feel better today, but
Well, my parents tell me that it gets harder as you get, older to recover from the anesthesia.
I was only out for like 20 minutes too.
Yeah.
That makes me even more reluctant to get the bottom side done. I'll have to discuss it with the doctor to see just how vital it is to, because they didn't find anything in the upper endoscopy. They just dilated the throat so the food wouldn't get stuck anymore. So I got a little bit of a sore throat today. But Sam probably don't give a shit one way or the other, because I know Mr. Z sure the hell didn't care.
No. Ignorance is bliss.
Amen to that. Well, we finally used our F-35s. That's the nice thing about it. Yeah. They escorted them in with F-35s. Because the 22s just don't have the range.
Well, apparently, two aircraft carriers worth of F-18 Growlers were running electronic warfare as well.
They launched a whole bunch of T-LAMs too from one of the subs. They hit them pretty good.
Yeah.
I was on a couple sites last night, right when the news broke, and the Arab world or the Muslim world was up in arms, shocked that they didn't think it would happen. There was an Iranian reporter reporting out of Syria because there's no internet in Iran anymore. They shut that whole place down.
Well, when a wild weasel squadron attacks your electronic interfaces remotely, it takes a while to reset things.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Well, at least we know that part works.
Now, we had that capability in '96 when I got out.
We've been able to blind.
And a bunch of other shit that we haven't even fucking disclosed yet.
I was reading an article about back in the 60s, we were doing EMP attacks on our own silos with these little portable EMP machines out at Minot.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. So I'm sure they got that down to a science by now, 60 years later, too.
Oh yeah. Well, an EMP. You know, you heard static on your radio during a thunderstorm.
Yeah.
That's an EMP, right?
Yeah.
And you just have to simulate a lightning strike. And you get an EMP. You don't even have to strike your lightning at your target. You just have to have a simulated lightning strike close enough that the static is of such a magnitude that it will trip a circuit breaker or more.
Well, I guess the Houthis are going to be quiet for a while.
I doubt it.
Because they hit them 3 weeks ago and took out a whole bunch of their missile capability. So whether or not they got them, replaced by Iran or not, I don't know. Good puppy.
Another thing this does is it takes attention away from the deportation debacle.
You mean the insurrection?
Yeah, I do.
The non-citizens carrying foreign flags on our soil, attacking federal buildings?
Yeah.
Huh. I would...
You know, those non-citizens who also have armed security that is so fucking, shitty they kill their own protester.
It's horrible.
You heard about that, right?
Yeah. Yep.
They were shooting at a guy who apparently came to their rally with a gun, but instead of killing him, they killed the fucking guy behind him.
Well, if you're a non-citizen and you're protesting with a foreign flag on our soil, whatever you get, I don't feel bad not one iota. I don't care if you get run over by the car, beat with a billy club, or shot with the shotgun. Don't make no difference to me. You shouldn't have been here anyways. Did you see that video of that Mexican woman saying that she hates America, but she only came here for the better standard of living, but would rather have stayed in Mexico?
I've seen lots of videos like that, but the guy that got killed was a black guy.
What was he protesting for?
I think he's probably a professional agitator like about. Over half of them people are.
I don't feel sorry for them either. I just know that they don't love America. And they sure don't believe in our Constitution.
A lot of these guys have been calling the Southwest occupied Mexico.
Yeah.
Even members of the Mexican Senate have been doing that.
Frost is in the chat. What's up, buddy? He says it's funny that Kush is trying to blame the Iran bombing on us for voting for Trump, but he also voted for Trump.
Well, the fact that is not now, nor have they ever presented logical arguments. And he's just parroting what Lazar Fag had to say. But I'm done with them guys. As soon as they
Yeah,
fucking
I
picked up the Miss Elite fight, they no longer fucking MGTOWs in my mind. No need to even argue with them.
So where are you heading to today? Back to Missouri?
Bentonville. I just got done dropping off a load. Now I'm empty and heading back.
Frost said Lazarus should change his name again from Lucifer to Power Bottom.
Cucamus Maximus.
Oh. That's the English guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got bigger fish to fry in his own home country. He don't need it. He don't need to be worried about anywhere else.
Yeah, he embraces the internationalism. According to him, the only ones that have ever given him any trouble are English or white people.
Hmm. Yesterday we got the front porch and patio and the back deck all scrubbed off for the season.
Nice.
So I'm done with that crap.
When's your arborist coming?
I don't know. I have to decide when I want to do this. I have to look into it. But the trees need to be cut because they're within a foot of hitting the house now.
Yeah.
Yeah, maple trees just, shape them up, get them cleaned up, and I don't have any robin's nests in them this year, so this would be a good year to do it. but I plan on going out for a ride today. It's going to be in the 90s, so it'll be a good day for a ride.
Wear your lots of suntan lotion.
Well, I'll wear long sleeves today. I always wear long sleeves when I ride.
Right. I
I
mean, for
just
your
don't.
face.
Well, I'll probably wear the full helmet today.
Okay.
And so that has the dark screen and the sundown shades. That makes it not comfortable. If not, I'll come back looking like a tomato.
Yeah. That was a pretty impressive fart.
Frost said it's 95 degrees in Michigan.
Already? Damn.
Dang it. Frost said Lazarus voted for the illegal immigrants to come in so they could violently diversify his insides.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh. I got a HOA meeting tonight. Sucks.
You live for that stuff, man.
That means I'll probably miss Hammer.
When's your lawyer expect you guys to be finished with that?
He hasn't called me back in 2 weeks. I called and left him a message when I got out of the hospital last time. And he hasn't called me back. I don't know if he's on vacation or what the heck's going on. I haven't even heard from the legal assistant. So I got to call tomorrow and find out what's going on. I'll be back. I'm going to go eat breakfast.
All right. Have fun. Oh, you stupid fucking truck. I am not out of my lane all morning long. Eh. Hey, Char. Hey, Char.
Hey Brandon, what's up?
Just having
Sergeant
a
Grinch.
lovely Sunday.
Where you going today?
Back to Bentonville, Arkansas.
That's
More fun and games with Walmart. How are you doing today?
good. So what do
Anything
you
on
think? Continue.
anything on your mind?
Nah,
What do I think of what?
the Iran thing.
The, oh, that's a fucking mistake.
As soon as Israel attacked, I knew the US would jump in.
Yep. No, I think Trump tried to resist them, and then they threatened him with tanking the economy. They didn't decrease the prime lending rate last week. And as soon as I saw that, I knew that he'd have to fucking bend the knee to the bastards.
That shit's fucked up, man.
Yep. Yeah, I don't believe for a second that Iran was close to getting the bomb.
No.
Israel's been saying that same shit for fucking 30 years.
Yeah. I think Tulsi Gabbard last week said they don't have the capabilities to do it.
Yeah, she said the quiet part out loud.
But Trump said she's wrong. He knows it better.
Yeah, the head of his intelligence agency says, well, they really don't have it. Shut up, you'll take away our justification. Yeah, tell a bullshit lie to everybody.
It's always the same shit.
Yep, it's just Trump's version of fucking weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah. I posted a meme on Discord, shows Trump in front of the mission accomplished sign.
Yeah.
The best thing is how he's bragging about it and boasting about that shit. I think he likes that.
The spotlight.
Yeah. Playing the strong man.
Yeah.
Like with his military parade.
Yeah. That was actually the 250th anniversary of the Army, but
Yeah. You could see the soldiers weren't into it.
I
Like
don't
when
know
they
about that.
marched.
It looked about normal to me that way. I didn't see any resentment. The only time I saw people smirking was when they had him sing happy birthday to him.
Yeah, they. You know what song they played at the parade? Fortunate Son.
Yeah.
Mr. Bone Spurs.
Well, Trump wasn't in during the draft time, so
Well, didn't he get out because of his bone spurs?
no. He was a pretty good athlete in high school. Oh, I don't believe he had any type of physical abnormality or anything that caused him not to join. I just don't think he gave a fuck. Hell, his dad sent him to military school when he was in high school.
Well, at least the U.S. doesn't send soldiers over there.
Hope they don't.
I don't think so.
I'm fucking sick of the forever wars. We don't need to be killing those people.
Well, you have the military-industrial complex, so there is always going to be wars
Yeah.
with America involved.
Thing that gets me about it, though, is it's really a lot of, uh, it takes the emphasis away from where it needs to be, which is dealing with the foreign insurrectionists that we have going on with all the illegal immigrants. That's where we need to be concentrating our fucking energy, not this shit. We have problems at home we need to fucking deal with.
Well, I heard many farmers are going bankrupt right now.
What's going bankrupt?
Farmers,
No, not really. What you're seeing is an adjustment of the fucking economic model where people who've been betraying their country for generations by demanding cheap foreign labor, slave labor, basically, paying wages that don't allow you to succeed in America but are great to take home back to a third world nation.
Yeah, if you see like that, you're right.
You know, I feel the same way about the construction trades and all the slaughterhouses and the hospitality industry and everywhere else that they've used the same farm labor model to drive Americans out of their jobs. The same thing they're doing in Europe. Well, except you guys don't have Mexicans. You've got Middle Easterners and folks from Africa.
Yeah, but they're not illegal. We don't have that many illegal laborers.
No,
They're always raiding construction sites and shit. Uh, that's not a big problem around here.
well, you had a bunch of folks that just showed up and you made them legal. You know, the whole Syrian thing. Remember how
Yeah,
mad everybody was at Angela Merkel for doing that. No, they're not illegal.
I think those don't work at construction sites or agricultural shit. They're from Poland or what's the other called?
You know what's funny, man?
What?
When I was living in Ukraine, the Polish all went to Germany to get better jobs, right? Well,
Yeah.
the Ukrainians went to Poland to do the jobs that the guys that went from Poland that went to Germany were doing. So,
And then the Russians came to Ukraine and did the jobs from the Ukrainian side.
uh, they're doing a number. I don't know if they're doing a job on them. It's sort of hard to believe that Ukraine's been able to hold on against the, invincible Russian army.
It was all a hoax.
Yeah, Russia's pretty much proved itself to be a paper tiger.
Yeah. They always were. Even in the Cold War, they faked that shit.
Yeah, they did a pretty good job in World War II. I think on the Eastern Front, Germany lost 3.2 million men. Russia lost 25 million, but
Yeah.
they won.
Russia is just too big.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna hop off. John's going live in a minute. Maybe be back later.
All right. Tell John hi
Yeah.
for me.
Yeah, see ya.
Bye. All right. Sorry about that, brothers. Had to answer a phone call. The ginger hamster is traveling today. He's flying down to Florida. I hope his arms don't get tired. Hello.
Hey, empty?
Yes, sir.
All right. And,
623.
all right, don't keep the tango, I'll take it back.
Thank you. All right, Sammy, let's go outside and go potty, huh? You want to stay out here and play? No, I didn't think. Paperwork is done. Hey, Singletown. Hey, Rigsy. Hello, Ian. Frost. Well, folks, we have come to the end of another road. I'm going to go get another job, hopefully, but I don't know how long it takes to when these people feel like working or they don't. They work for Walmart, so it is what it is. They pay the bills, so that's good. But sometimes they're not the most prompt. So no marriage, no cohabitation, no new children. And if Hemi was here, he'd tell you, "Don't bring your fucking girlfriend around here, eh?" Be good to each other. Help each other out if you have a chance. And you know, we will definitely look forward to a day when men are not considered expendable, where morals, values, ethics, and principles are the norm again. That will be a golden age of MGTOW. A day when personal responsibility and accountability are how you live your life. So, if you're a normal man and you like the ladies, MGTOW is for you, because MGTOW is a coping philosophy that deals with the gynocentrism in the society. So peace out, brothers. And I'm probably going to do another stream off the road sometime either this evening or tomorrow. Uh, if it's going to be today, it's going to be before the Sunday sermon. If it's going to be tomorrow, it could be any time of the day. I have to get a hold of a couple of folks before I set a time. And I may be streaming again today on the road. We'll just have to see. So have a good one, and I will talk at you later. Bye-bye.